Check. Check. Sound check. One, two, three, four. One, two. Sound check. One, two, three, four. Sound check. Sound check.
Something what? Session will start in 1 minute. Yeah. Seconds, friends, please. Yeah. You'd be surprised, they're starting to calm down. That's right. Order, please. Honorable heads of state and of government, once more, please. Thank you. Heads of state and government, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency, the President of the General Assembly, honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates. It's my honor as the President of the Economic and Social Council to declare open the high-level segment of the 2025 session of the Economic and Social Council, including the three-day ministerial meeting of the high-level political forum on sustainable development, convened under the auspices of the Council. I would now, before proceeding any further, I would invite you all to watch a short video entitled "The Story You Are Shaping." Please play the video.
This story began long before you, and it will continue long after you. But for now, this story is yours to shape. This is the story of humanity and the earth that is our home. This 2030 agenda is our declaration of interdependence and solidarity. Our commitment to honor the rights of all people everywhere. To protect the planet, our common home. To create shared prosperity. To strengthen universal peace and free the world from fear and violence. To work together in partnership so that no one is left behind. We recognize the many efforts since 2015 to realize the Sustainable Development Goals. But progress is not fast enough. Vulnerabilities are high and deprivations are becoming more entrenched. We pledge to accelerate our common efforts. So we gather, we build, we write, we create, we imagine, we collaborate, we dream, we play, we speak, we run, we work, we share, we love, we act. This is the story you are shaping.
Thank you for watching the video. I invite the Council to begin its consideration of Agenda Item 5, high-level segment on advancing sustainable, inclusive science and evidence-based solutions for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals for leaving no one behind. I will now deliver my opening remarks from the rostrum, as will all the other speakers. Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. President of the General Assembly, and Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. As President of ECOSOC, I'd like to welcome all of you to the Ministerial Segment of the 2025 High-Level Political Forum and the High-Level Segment of the Economic and Social Council. It was only 10 years ago we gathered here to adopt an ambitious agenda for sustainable development. We adopted a universal set of goals and targets, goals which represent the common sense of humanity. Your presence here today at such senior levels and in so large numbers is a very powerful signal of our commitment to continue advancing this agenda. It reflects a common understanding, a collective will that the Sustainable Development Goals are not optional ideals, but are rather essential commitments that we all have to make. Excellence.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Since the birth of this organization, the United Nations, we have indeed understood, as a result of the terrible experiences of preceding years, that peace cannot be sustained without justice, that security cannot be achieved without dignity, and that prosperity, above all, prosperity must be shared for it to mean something for everyone. Today, we continue to see an enormous global disruption, climate change, conflict, economic disarray, and, unfortunately, nationalist politics in many places that knows no bounds.
Interconnected factors challenge us. Now is not the time for us to abandon our ideals or our understanding of what is being done. It is now actually the time to double down on solidarity, to double down on our multilateral obligations to one another. As president of ECOSOC, it has been hard to recognize the extent to which diminishing national budgets around the world are making it harder to enhance the effectiveness of the UN in addressing global complex challenges. We know that's true. But my message to you today is, yes, it makes it harder. It is harder. It is more difficult. What many of our governments are doing will make our work and has made our work much tougher. That's true. But does it make it impossible? No, it does not. We need to reaffirm the relevance of the UN through results by showing that multilateralism delivers real, tangible benefits for people at every level of society. This means we have to work more closely with civil society, more closely with the private sector, with youth, indigenous peoples, and especially more closely with national and, yes, local governments, because that's where the goals we've set out are in fact implemented. Strengthening national ownership of the SDGs is essential, and that means integrating these goals into national development plans, into budgets and policies around the world, not as add-ons, but as the core of how governments, in fact, should serve their people. Excellency, this year's high-level political forum contributes directly to the follow-up of the Summit of the Future and the Pact of the Future. Our outcome document, the Ministerial Declaration, will reflect many of our common determinations. But this is also an opportunity to reinforce the role of ECOSOC and its connections with the General Assembly and with the Security Council. And so, to answer this, we have to deal with what the Charter actually tells us. What the Charter says. Some of you will know that from this platform on different occasions, I often quote from the Charter. But let me quote from a section that is not often quoted anywhere in the UN, and that is those chapters of the Charter that relate directly to the work that we are supposed to be doing. Article 55 of Chapter 9, entitled International Economic and Social Cooperation, reminds all of us that the UN was not created solely to prevent war, but also to address the root causes of conflict, which are poverty, inequality, and exclusion. And just as that was true then, that is true today. And we have to recognize that the founding generation of the United Nations knew perfectly well the consequences of depression, the consequences of excessive nationalism, the consequences of tariffs that keep out trade and don't promote trade. These were all the consequences of that terrible dark valley of the 1920s and the 1930s. We must not return to that valley again from now on. We must learn the lessons of the past. Article 55 also reminded us that we had an obligation to promote, not to neglect, to promote higher standards of living, not just at home, but everywhere. Full employment and conditions of economic and social progress, not just at home, but everywhere. Solutions to international economic, social, health, and related problems, not just at home, but everywhere. And international cultural and educational cooperation so we can understand each other better. So above all, we must learn how to stop ignoring and hating each other. We must pull together as one expression of humanity. And that also means we need a universal respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms for all, without distinction. Freedom for not just for some people, but for all people. And I would remind you, these are not just aspirations. These are obligations set out in the Charter. And in the next session of the Assembly, we're going to be able to conduct a full-blown review of ECOSOC and High Level Week so we can see how we're doing. Finally, I want to express my thanks to all those who have been involved in the VNRs, the Voluntary National Reviews, which are a constant aspect of the work of the UN and which make a huge difference. And I've seen over the last while how VNRs have evolved, how they have now shown greater inclusion of voices that have previously been marginalized, stronger connections to local and regional action, and a growing culture of accountability. And they are an expression of shared learning. And I would encourage those of you who are not even providing your VNRs this year, we have 36 countries that are doing so, and others to join them. Throughout my presidency, which comes to a conclusion very soon, I've also sought to make ECOSOC a more responsive and inclusive platform. We've worked hard with the World Bank, with the IMF, to bring them here and to visit them in Washington. We've worked hard to make people remember the issue of displacement. More than 140 million people now homeless, now removed from their places of work. And yes, to embrace and also to understand better the meaning of artificial intelligence and how we have to make sure that this disruptor can in fact become our friend. As I reflect on this year, I'm reminded of the words of Václav Havel, who said, and I quote, "Hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something is worth doing, no matter how it turns out." We cannot stop hoping in the sense that we cannot stop trying. We must create the space around us that allows us to continue to hope, but also allows us to continue to try. I want to thank all of you, members of member states, for providing me with such support and encouragement in my work. I want to thank the Secretary General and the President of the General Assembly as well. It continues to be a great honor to serve in this role as your president and to be a champion for all of the goals and all of the purposes of the United Nations. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I now invite the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, to address the meeting. Secretary General.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. President of the Economic and Social Council, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This year's high-level political forum arrives at a time of profound challenge, but also real possibility. Despite enormous headwinds, we have seen just in the last 2 months what can be achieved when countries come together with conviction and focus. We saw it in Geneva, where the World Health Assembly adopted the pandemic agreement, a vital step toward a safer, more equitable global health architecture. We saw it in Nice, at the 3rd UN Ocean Conference, where governments committed to expand marine protected areas and tackle plastic pollution and illegal fishing. And we saw it in Seville, at the 4th International Financing for Development Conference, where countries agreed on a new vision for global finance, one that expands fiscal space, lowers the cost of capital, and ensures developing countries have a stronger voice and participation in the organizations that shape their future. These are not isolated wins. They are signs of momentum, signs that multilateralism can deliver, signs that transformation is not only necessary, it is possible. And that is the spirit we bring to this high-level political forum. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this forum is about renewing our common promise to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for all. We also recognize the deep linkages between development and peace. We meet against the backdrop of global conflicts that are pushing the Sustainable Development Goals further out of reach. That is why we must keep working for peace in the Middle East. Over the weekend in Gaza, we saw yet more mass shootings and killings of people seeking UN aid for their families, an atrocious and inhumane act which I utterly condemn. We need an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the immediate release of all hostages, and unimpeded humanitarian access as a first step to achieve the two-state solution. We need a ceasefire between Iran and Israel to hold. We need a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, based in the UN Charter, international law, and UN resolutions. We need an end to the horror and bloodshed in Sudan, and the list goes on, from the DRC to Somalia, from the Sahel to Myanmar. At every step, we know sustainable peace requires sustainable development. The Sustainable Development Goals are not a dream, they are a plan to keep our promises to the most vulnerable people, to each other, and to future generations. People win when we channel our energy into development. Since 2015, millions more people have access to electricity, clean cooking, and the internet. Social protection now reaches over half the world's population, up from just a quarter a decade ago. More girls are completing school. Child marriage is declining. Women's representation is growing, from the boardrooms of business to the halls of political power. But we must face a tough reality. Only 35% of SDG targets are on track or making moderate progress. Nearly half are moving too slowly, and 18% are going backwards. Meanwhile, the global economy is slowing, trade tensions are rising, inequalities are growing, aid budgets are being decimated while military spending soars, and mistrust, division, and outright conflicts are placing international problem-solving system under unprecedented strain. We cannot sugarcoat those facts, but we must not surrender to them either. The SDGs still are within reach if we act with urgency and ambition. This year's forum focuses on 5 critical goals: health, gender equality, decent work, life below water, and global partnerships. All are essential, all are interconnected, all can spur change across other goals. On health, COVID-19 exposed and deepened inequalities, and today far too many people still lack access to basic care. We know what works. We must boost investment in universal health coverage, rooted in strong primary care and prevention, reaching those furthest behind first. On gender equality, gaps remain wide. Women and girls face systemic barriers, from violence and discrimination to unpaid care and limited political voice. But we also see growing momentum, from grassroots movements to national reforms. Now is the time to turn that momentum into transformation, with rights-based policies, accountability, and real financing into programs that support inclusion and equality for women and girls. On decent work, the global economy is leaving billions behind. Over 2 billion people are in informal jobs, and youth unemployment is stubbornly high. But we have tools to change these. The Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection is helping countries invest in expanded social protection initiatives, skills training, and the creation of sustainable livelihoods, including in growing industries like clean energy. Tomorrow, I will deliver an address on the enormous opportunities of the renewables revolution. And the upcoming World Summit on Social Development can help spur further progress. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on life below water, our ocean and the communities that count count on it, are paying the price of overfishing, pollution, and climate change. We must deliver on the commitments of the Nice Ocean Conference to protect marine ecosystems and support the millions who depend on them. And finally, on global partnerships, SG 17, we need to strengthen all the elements that can support progress. And this means investing in science, data, and local capacity, and harnessing digital innovation, including artificial intelligence, to accelerate progress, not deepen divides. Throughout, we must recognize the need to reform the unfair global financial system, which no longer represents today's world or the challenges faced by developing countries. We must ensure a reform for developing countries to have a stronger voice and greater participation to help advance the Sustainable Development Goals on the ground. The Seville commitment that emerged from the Conference on Financing for Development includes important steps. Through new domestic and global commitments that can channel public and private finance to the areas of greatest need, by increasing the capacity of governments to substantially mobilize domestic resources, including through tax reform, and by establishing a more effective framework for debt relief and tripling the lending capacity of multilateral development banks to the benefit of developing countries.
Excellencies, in the coming year, we must keep building. We must strengthen and scale up partnerships that deliver, including with the private sector and civil society organizations and local authorities. We must embed long-term thinking into every decision, as we committed to in the Declaration on Future Generations. And we must continue to learn from each other. Voluntary national reviews, which are the backbone of this forum, are more than just reports. They are acts of accountability. They are journeys of self-discovery as countries develop and build. And they are templates for other countries to follow and learn from. By the end of this high-level political forum on sustainable development, we will have surpassed 400 reviews, with more than 150 countries having presented more than once. That is a powerful signal of commitment, a clear demonstration that solutions exist and can be replicated and expanded. With 5 years left, it's time to transform these sparks of transformation into a blaze of progress for all countries. Let us act with determination, justice, and vision, and let's deliver on development for people and for planet. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his statement, and I General Assembly, His Excellency Philemon Yang, to address the meeting. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago, the Seville Commitment was adopted by the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. It promises to first address unsustainable debt burdens Second, scale up official development assistance and climate finance. Third, strengthen international tax cooperation. Fourth, reform the international financial architecture. And fifth, promote blended financial instruments and partnerships with the private sector. Meanwhile, the Pact for the Future, adopted by member states last September, also outlines concrete actions to revitalize the multilateral system. It presents a framework that is more inclusive, more equitable, and more responsive to the challenges of the 21st century. And now the high-level political forum can become a platform that aligns these commitments with policy action guided by science and equity. Because the gap between ambition and delivery can only be closed through solidarity, resources, and political will. In this regard, I encourage all member states to support the consensus adoption of the Ministerial Declaration. In doing so, we will reaffirm our support to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, an agenda that we collectively set for ourselves in 2015. Your Excellencies, this year's theme is, and I quote, advancing sustainable, inclusive, science and evidence-based solutions for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals to leave no one behind, end of quote. The 5 goals under review this year include Goal 3 on health, Goal 5 on gender equality, and Goal 8 on decent work. Together, they call for investment in social protection systems, the expansion of healthcare services, and policies that provide gender equality and equity participation, as well as access to full and decent employment geared towards economic inclusion. Also under review is Goal 14 on life below water, the importance of which was reaffirmed at the 3rd United Nations Oceans Conference held last month in Nice, France. Its political declaration underscored the urgent need to conserve marine ecosystems and promote sustainable ocean-based economies. And finally, the high-level political forum will review Goal 17 on partnerships. This goal remains indispensable to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It is through cooperation and shared commitment that we turn aspiration into action. This year's theme reminds us that science and evidence-based solutions must guide our efforts. This means harnessing data, deploying new technologies, and drawing on local knowledge, particularly from those who are marginalized and vulnerable. Your Excellencies, the voluntary national reviews presented this week reinforce our collective commitment to the 2030 Agenda and provide a snapshot of implementation efforts across regions and sectors. Indeed, voluntary national reviews are a reflection of national ownership of the Sustainable Development Goals and a testament to the progress already taking place in different parts of the world. They also offer valuable insights into how member states are translating global commitments into national action. I commend all countries presenting their reviews this year. They show how data, policy, and inclusion are driving delivery of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This is where global ambition meets national action. These reviews deserve our full attention and support. Your Excellencies, the deadlines for the 2030 Agenda are fast approaching, whether we like it or not. And while progress is lagging, we have the tools and ambition to deliver. We have the actions set out in the Pact for the Future and the promises made in the Sevilla Commitment. And we must build on the political momentum from Nice to Sevilla to seize the moment in our road to Doha and beyond. So let us use this forum to recommit to science, to solidarity, and to leaving no one behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your statement. I now invite participants to listen to a statement by a youth representative. And I invite Ms. Carolina Rojas, who's the technology focal point for the Major Group for Children and Youth Science Policy Interface, to deliver the statement. Carolina.
Excellencies, distinguished member states, and youth representatives, today I speak as a voice for children and youth globally, serving as the focal point for the Youth Science Policy Interface of the Major Group for Children and Youth. The Major Group serves as a designated self-led youth constituency for young people engaging in over 50 intergovernmental and 200 multi-stakeholder processes, with a membership of over 10,000 youth-led, child-led, and youth and child-serving organizations. I am pleased to share key messages from the ECOSOC Youth Forum, Voices of Youth Report, and the HLPF Youth Sectoral Paper. These are messages that echo the concerns, the demands, and the hopes of children and youth from all regions of the world. We must first talk about the future of multilateralism. We call upon all member states to ensure full and complete implementation of the 2030 Agenda and no backsliding on SDGs. Today, youth demand not just inclusion but systemic reform. We call for moving beyond symbolic engagement toward formal, mandated, and properly resourced co-leadership in all relevant UN processes. We also stress that the UN at 80 reforms must build on the promise and hope that UN at 75 gave to young people. Strengthen the UN's programmatic work on youth issues, not to curb them. Now, on the theme of this year's HLPF on science and evidence-based solutions, the rapid evolution of AI and the lack of youth involvement in AI governments have significant consequences for children and adolescents. We do not have 6 years to negotiate and operationalize a global treaty on AI. We need an immediate and urgent global framework and policy that fosters safe, inclusive use of social media, VR, AR platforms, prioritizing protecting vulnerable communities, indigenous and LGBTQI+ children and youth from exploitation and cyber-physical oppression in a data-driven, non-consent digital world is important. Member states must institutionalize formal youth constituencies' participation in global and national science and technology governance processes, such as the 10-member group, the scientific and AI advisory panels. Resource and co-design with youth with the means of implementation for the Global Digital Compact. Given the size of the global youth population, it's essential to ensure our positive transition into adulthood and the workforce. Yet many young people still lack access to decent work, facing high unemployment and limited skills to succeed in a rapidly changing world. Youth calls for real support, inclusive education, recognition of skills, access to sustainable jobs, trauma-informed healthcare, and social protection for all, regardless of status. Climate mobility must be implemented in mitigation for all, regardless of status. We also welcome the recognition of major groups and other stakeholders in UN Habitat stakeholder engagement processes and advocate for policies that empower young people. As a migrant myself living in Panama, I also call upon you to join our collective call for the full inclusion of migrant youth in national workforce plans. Young people under 30 now make up 31% of the 304 million international migrants, a number that continues to grow. On SDG 5, the digital and STEM gender gap is directly hindering our collective advancement. To realize our generation's potential, we must account for the intersecting identities of young people. Their exclusion is systemic and not incidental. To make gender equality a reality, governments must invest in equitable systems, including beyond GDP frameworks that recognize and redistribute unpaid care work, and strengthen public services, enforce labor protections, and guarantee comprehensive access to their health and rights, including upholding their SRHR and bodily autonomy. I am a female mechanical engineer, and I must stress that education systems must become levers for gender equity and justice. Furthermore, the current Commission on Status of Women revitalization process must strengthen rights-based modalities for the engagement of young people and improve mechanisms for accountability. The evidence is clear. When we invest in women, girls, and young people from marginalized communities, societies become more prosperous, equal, and resilient. To realize this, we need an economy that puts poverty alleviation, sustainability, and justice first, not simply profits. We call for the launch of a dedicated UN forum on communities discriminated on work and descent. We ask you to involve youth experts through national mechanisms that create decent jobs in the green and digital economies, alongside incentives for businesses that empower marginalized youth. On financing for development, sustainable development requires equitable distributions of power and resources. We call upon you to establish a multilateral legal framework under the UN to address unsustainable and illegitimate debt, including extensive debt cancellation. Monitoring of the FFD processes must include youth voices in the interagency FFD task force. Above all, we must direct long-term funding for grassroots and youth-led initiatives, which are often the first to respond and the last to receive support. On SDG 14, we call for coordinated youth involvement across key processes by supporting a youth-led constituency for the BBNJ process, securing youth seats in its scientific body, and ensuring active of youth participation in the implementation of the 3rd UN Oceans Conference. For SDG 3, we call for stronger youth engagement through partnerships with universal constituencies, such as the Global Youth Health Caucus, and for full representation of youth-led groups in the World Health Assembly and the pandemic agreement negotiations. We also emphasize the critical importance of meaningful civil society participation in the upcoming UNGA high-level meeting on NCDs and mental health. Advancing all of these recommendations and solutions requires embedding youth leadership across UN processes, including the implementation of the Pact for the Future. Strengthening the ECOSOC Youth Forum, the largest universal space for member states, UN bodies, and young people, is essential. We call upon all member states to ensure the highest level of ministerial participation at the upcoming youth forums and to support a youth-led Youth Forum for the third committee in the lead up to next year's ECOSOC Youth Forum. We call for clear steps to institutionalize youth engagement, scale youth-led innovation, and strengthen rights-based engagement, including over 50 mandated self-organized youth constituencies at the UN. Finally, action does not happen in isolation. Major groups and other stakeholders provide a universal, equitable, and the broadest platform for civil society and rights holders' engagement. When they are excluded, the voices of billions are silenced. We call upon all upcoming processes and implementation frameworks to include major groups and other stakeholders from the inception stage, including in modalities and resolutions. Excellencies, what I have shared today matters. Behind every SDG target and indicator is a child or a young person whose future hangs on the decisions being taken today. This year's HLPF team of advancing sustainable, inclusive science and evidence-based solutions for the 2030 agenda demands urgent and collective action. We are here with hope for the future. However, we cannot talk about development or progress when armed conflicts are tearing our world apart and depriving people of their basic human rights. We reiterate our call for an immediate and permanent cease in all armed conflicts around the world. Civilians, especially children and youth, cannot and must not, and I repeat, cannot and must not, continue to be mass casualties of the military-industrial complex. Thank you.
We've now heard the last speaker for the opening segment. And once again, I thank all of them for their enriching contributions. This now concludes the high-level opening, and I would ask you to please remain seated while we allow the Secretary General and others to leave with great gratitude. Thank you. Colleagues, if you could come and take your seats, please. We're now ready to resume. I'll be resuming in 1 minute. If I could ask you to resume your seats. Thank you. Colleagues, if I could ask you to please resume your seats. We're ready to begin, please. Please. Colleagues, we'd like to get started. I'm now inviting the council to begin its consideration of agenda item 5, sub-item A, which is the ministerial meeting of the high-level political forum on sustainable development, convened under the auspices of the Economic and Social Council, to hold the general debate of its high-level segment, which also serves as the general debate of the high-level political forum on sustainable development. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, before I give the floor to the first speaker on my list, I would like to remind everyone that the time limit for interventions is five minutes for statements made on behalf of groups and three for statements by individual delegations. Now, the way this works is that when speakers exceed their time limit, the microphone will be automatically deactivated. It doesn't mean the speaker is deactivated, it means the microphone is deactivated. I apologize in advance to all of those, including heads of state, heads of government, heads of delegation, ministers, ambassadors, and others designated. I apologize to all of you if the speakers are cut off, but this is not done by me personally, I can assure you. It's done by controlling the timing on the microphones, and it works with a ruthlessness that knows neither rank, status, nor class. So everyone is included in this rough justice. So let me repeat, 5 minutes for group statements, 3 minutes for other statements. And we're doing this so we can allow everyone to participate in the general debate. And I would ask you in advance for your understanding. Let's be clear, full statements can always be submitted to the Secretariat. So it's now my pleasure to give the floor to the first speaker, who is the distinguished representative of Poland, His Excellency Petteri Orpo, the Prime Minister, Finland, the Prime Minister of Finland. Prime Minister of Finland, Mr. Petteri Orpo. I'll get it.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. We are gathered here today at a time when the world is facing unprecedented, complex and interconnected global challenges. At the same time, we have only 5 years left to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. With this in my mind, I see that multilateralism and cooperation is not a choice, it is a necessity. I'm here today to reaffirm Finland's unwavering commitment to effective multilateralism with the UN at its core. First, we need a strong multilateral system. The illegal and unprovoked aggression by Russia against Ukraine, which is now ongoing for its 4th year, is one example of what is at stake, the foundation of the rules-based international order. This aggression violates the UN Charter, and its far-reaching consequences sets back global efforts to achieve sustainable development. We must ensure that international law and the UN Charter are upheld not only in Ukraine, but also in Gaza, Sudan, Myanmar, and everywhere else where the peace and security, sustainable development, human rights, and gender equality are under threat. Second, Finland strongly supports a UN reform. The reform must succeed in a way that strengthens, not weakens, the ability of the UN to act in its key areas of peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. We expect to see a UN that is fit for purpose and able to deliver on the promises we have made for people and the planet. Third, we must ensure that the United Nations is representative and inclusive and reflects the modern world. Every nation must have a voice that is heard and a role that is meaningful. This is not only a matter of fairness, it is essential for the legitimacy and effectiveness of the UN. A more democratic United Nations, which also gives a strong voice to youth and civil society, is a stronger one. And fourth, achieving the SDGs requires leadership, not only by the UN, but all of us, the member states as well. In Finland, it has always been the task of prime ministers to coordinate national efforts. That is why I'm here today to report you on our progress. Finland is for the 5th year the country furthest ahead in the implementation of the SDGs. But I say this with humility, as lots of hard work still remains to be done, also in my country. And we also need to be better in supporting others. Finally, together through the revitalized, more inclusive United Nations that delivers on these core mandates, we can find a solution that the peoples of the United Nations urgently need. Finland stands ready to do its part. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Finland, and I also congratulate him for speaking so well within the limits. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Robina Nabanja, who is the Prime Minister of Uganda. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and the people of Uganda. The 80th anniversary of the United Nations and this 10th session of the ECOSOC High-Level Political Forum come at a time with only 5 years left to 2030 and limited global progress on SDGs. We must now recommit to multilateralism, solidarity, and international cooperation to ensure that no person or country is left behind. Uganda is implementing its fourth National Development Plan, which is fully aligned to SDGs and has localized the goals in 135 districts and all lower local governments. With strong political leadership and coordination, our approach has been anchored in inclusive, evidence-based planning and national ownership. Uganda is currently leveraging a strategy for ATMs approach, namely agro-industrialization, tourism, minerals and petroleum, science, technology, and innovation, with emphasis on inclusive growth and job creation. We are also implementing a 10-point SDG acceleration strategy focusing on education, health, energy, infrastructure, youth employment, digitalization, data systems, and access to finance through the parish development model, among others. Our flagship strategy is to uplift households from subsistence to money economy. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we reaffirm Uganda's commitment to the realization of all sustainable development goals and the central informative role of science, technology, and innovation. Uganda calls on all partners to act with urgency, reform global systems, and strengthen partnerships. Let us recommit to achieving the SDGs, leaving no one behind, and securing a just, inclusive, and sustainable future for all. I thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Uganda. I now give the floor to the Deputy Prime Minister of Iraq, His Excellency Muhammad Ali Tamim, on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السيد الرئيس.
In the name of God, the merciful, the gracious, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, may the peace and mercy of God be upon you. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. The 2025 High-Level Political Forum convenes at a very critical juncture. With only 5 years remaining to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, progress remains uneven and, in many cases, far off track. We are confronted with rising poverty, hunger, unemployment, geopolitical tensions, climate change, global economic uncertainty, unilateral coercive measures, alarming financing gaps, and other challenges that have compounded existing inequalities and reversed hard-won development gains, particularly for developing countries. As the UN commemorates its 80th anniversary, this gives us an opportunity to pause and assess if it is fit for purpose and whether we are living up to the principles and purposes enshrined in its charter. Mr. President, the group highlights the critical importance of this year's review of SDGs 3, 5, 8, 14, and 17, which are pillars of a resilient, equitable, and sustainable future. On SDG 3, good health and well-being, the group stresses the need to strengthen universal health coverage and to expand investment in primary health care and to support developing countries in building resilient health systems and local pharmaceutical production capacities. On SDG 5, we call for targeted investments to eliminate all forms of discrimination and of women in decision-making at all levels. On SDG 8, the global economic slowdown has severely affected job creation and income growth in the global south. The group calls for international support to implement recovery strategies that promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization and to harness the potential of youth and digital economies. On SDG 14, we can see that the health of our oceans is under unprecedented threat, as articulated during the 3rd UN Ocean Conference held in Nice in June. The group urges greater action to conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. Urgent action is also needed to reduce marine pollution, as well as to scale up financing and the transfer of marine technology to developing countries. We also stress the importance of enhancing the means of the full implementation of the BBNJ agreement and capacity building in this regard. On SDG 17, we reiterate the importance of honoring official development assistance commitments, fostering technology transfer on concessional and preferential terms, and for developing countries, and ensuring the full participation of developing countries in global decision-making processes. The civil agreement on sustainable development must also be implemented. Mr. President, the group calls for the international community to seize the remaining years to 2030 to reshape global systems in ways that enable rather than constrain the development of the global South. This includes recognizing the developmental aspirations of those countries, not the chosen few, and acting on long-standing commitments of the international community. Development is a right, not a privilege. Let us recommit to building a more just, inclusive, and sustainable world for present and future generations. Our time to act is now. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of Iraq, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Ishqar Dar, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasool al-Kareem. Mr. President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, with just 5 years remaining to 2030, only 35% of the SDGs are on track. The compounding effects of the pandemic, the food, fuel, and finance crisis, as well as intensifying climate impacts, have reversed hard-won development gains and deepened inequalities. Despite these challenges, Pakistan remains fully committed to achieving the 2030 agenda. Our national development strategies, such as Udan Pakistan, Takeoff Pakistan, are aligned with the SDGs. Our social protection initiatives, including the Benazir Income Support Program and Benazir Nasho-Nama, the child growth programs, are designed to ensure no one is left behind. To harness the potential of our youth, we have launched the Digital Youth Hub and are expanding access to quality education through Danish schools and new university campuses. We are scaling up climate action, targeting 60% renewable energy by 2030 and enhancing resilience through initiatives such as Recharge Pakistan and the Living Index. A revised nationally determined contribution is nearing finalization. We have also undertaken key macroeconomic reforms to stabilize our fiscal outlook and make the investment climate even more attractive. The Special Investment Facilitation Council is channeling direct foreign investment in priority sectors. While national efforts are essential, these cannot succeed in isolation. As the Secretary General has rightly emphasized, deep reform of the international financial architecture is critical for implementation of the SDGs. Developing countries need scaled up access to concessional and grant-based resources, meaningful debt relief, and scaled up climate finance in order to bridge the SDGs financing gap. The Compromise de Salvador, adopted at the 4th International Conference of Financing for Development, offers a clear roadmap. Its implementation must begin without delay. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative offers an opportunity for a climate and critical rethink to strengthen the three pillars of the United Nations and renew our commitment towards timely achievement of SDGs. I thank you all.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs. I now call back to the podium His Excellency Mohammed Al-Tamim, the Deputy Prime Minister of Iraq, to make a statement in his national capacity.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and mercy of God be upon you. First of all, it is an honor to participate in the work of the High-Level Political Forum of the United Nations, which this year is taking place under the auspices of ECOSOC on the theme of the United Nations at its 80th anniversary, promoting sustainable development. Iraq is participating in these international efforts and is the chair of the G77 in China in 2025. This is a significant responsibility, and we are proud to take it on. We have played a leading role in the implementation of sustainable development strategies, including food sustainability, climate change, and working to make technology serve equitable development. Also within the G77 in China and other states, and in complicated and unprecedented circumstances, we have continued to work. We thus once again call for reform of the international financial system to guarantee equity and to allow developing countries to overcome climate challenges and financing challenges. We reaffirm the importance of respecting state sovereignty and non-interference in their foreign affairs, as well as the equitable sharing of technological resources. Ladies and gentlemen, Iraq is proud to lead this group within the United Nations. We have a key role to play also when it comes to the issues of the Arab world, particularly when it comes to achieving sustainable development and economic inclusion. We have made notable progress. By way of an example, the population census will be the cornerstone of our development, and we have also launched a 5-year development project, and we have a strategy that is based on research and technology to strengthen the role of the private sector when it comes to the implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. But we still have a long way to go, and we have challenges to overcome, above all when it comes to climate change and water shortages. That is a key problem for Iraq at the moment. We also reaffirm our thanks to the United Nations for their efforts to support developing countries, and we thank all international partners. We reaffirm Iraq's unfailing commitment to work with the United Nations to ensure a more sustainable, more prosperous, more equal world for all of our countries. Thank you for your attention. May the peace and mercy of God be with you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister. I now give the floor to His Excellency Tomas Taraba, who is the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of the Environment of Slovakia.
Esteemed Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to address this high-level political forum as we gather to catalyze transformative change for sustainable development. Slovakia remains steadfast in its commitment to the 2030 Agenda, recognizing that bold collective action is essential to achieve the sustainable development goals in the face of global challenge. For good health and well-being, Slovakia strongly supports the preparation of the political declaration on non-communicable diseases and mental health to be adopted at the high-level meeting in September. We recognize the growing burden of non-communicable diseases and the urgent need to prioritize mental health as a cornerstone of resilient societies. By fostering global cooperation and sharing best practices, we can ensure healthier futures for all. Turning to SDGs 5 and 8, we look forward to the World Summit for Social Development in Qatar this November. This summit presents a critical opportunity to advance just economic opportunities, ensuring that no one is left behind. Slovakia is committed to promoting policies that empower women and men in difficult situations and create sustainable, equitable economic systems. This year, I was proud to participate in the third United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice, where global leaders united to accelerate action toward life below water. The decisions made there have reinvigorated our collective resolve to protect our oceans, combat marine pollution, and promote sustainable fisheries. Slovakia, though landlocked, recognizes the interconnectedness of global ecosystems and pledges to support international efforts to preserve marine biodiversity. Finally, on partnerships for the goals, Slovakia is dedicated to building robust partnerships with national and regional actors and institutions to drive SDGs progress. We commend the recent adoption of the Compromiso de Sevilla, a landmark commitment that underscores the importance of efficient financing and sustainable development. By strengthening global cooperation and mobilizing resources, we can turn our shared vision into reality. In closing, Slovakia reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the SDGs. Let us seize this moment to bring about genuine change, foster innovation, and build a sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I now give the floor to His Excellency Guilain Nyembo Mbawiswa, who is the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Planning and Development and Aid Coordination of the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, guided by the National Strategic Development Plan and the Programme of Action of the government, the Democratic Republic of the Congo is making significant progress, strengthening the hope for a better future for our population. This progress is based on inclusive governance, founded on the continuation of structural reforms and supported by the intensification of the production of inclusive data, strengthening accountability mechanisms, and ongoing cooperation between the government and various development stakeholders. At the economic level, our country has, for the last 3 years, been showing the signs of a clear recovery that is sustained and multi-sectoral. Forecasts for 2025 anticipate real GDP growth of more than 5%. This robust trajectory that is strengthened by the resilience of the driving sectors of mining, agriculture, telecommunications, and infrastructure, and also supported by greater mobilization and allocation of resources, has paved the way to massive public and private investments, primarily in the sectors of education, healthcare, food security, and energy. On the health sector, the implementation of ambitious programs such as universal health coverage has had a positive impact on public health indicators. For example, in the area of mother-child health, more than 85% of births are now assisted by qualified personnel. Maternal mortality as well as premature mortality are continuing to fall. The reduction in infant mortality remains a constant reducing number, whereas mortality rates among infants and children has fallen, a reduction of 42% since 2015. Regarding access to electricity and drinking water, nearly 60% of the Congolese people currently have access to safe drinking water. The liberalization of the electricity sector with the aim of capturing the green potential of the country, has captured greater investment, leading to the provision of 3,000 megawatts to double the provision of electricity by 2030. Although this positive development trend is encouraging, it is coming up against difficulties, the ongoing violent conflict and various exogenous threats which are increasing vulnerabilities and which are limiting progress and limiting the operational capacities of the state. Regardless of these challenges, the government is intensifying its action and expanding social security nets in order to leave no one behind. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, lastly, taking note of the most recent report of the UN Secretary General on the implementation of the SDGs by 2030, Sevilla, the DRC calls for concerted international action integrating the various dimensions of peace and security and environment without also forgetting the thorny issue of financing for development. And in that regard, we welcome the Sevilla commitment and we call for its full implementation and also for respect for international commitments that have been made on the climate financing that is needed to safeguard the planet. Thank you.
Merci. Je remercie le ministre.
Thank you. I thank the Minister from the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
I'll give the floor to Her Excellency Joëlle Clark, who is the Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment. Mr. St. Kitts and Nevis, on behalf of the Caribbean community.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, St. Kitts and Nevis has the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 14 member states of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM. We align ourselves with the statements delivered by Iraq on behalf of G77 in China and by Palau on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island Developing States, AOSIS. We warmly commend St. Lucia and Suriname for presenting their voluntary national reviews, and we look forward to learning from presenters. Excellencies, we are halfway through the 2030 agenda, but far from halfway to achieving it. Only about a third of SDG targets are showing even modest progress. The compounding effects of climate change, environmental degradation, and economic shocks are putting hard-won gains at risk. And too often, global institutions are failing to rise to the occasion, underfunded, outdated, or undermined. We must resist despair. Innovation and technology offer real promise, but access remains deeply unequal. And despite new commitments like those in the Compromiso de Sevilla, we are sobered by declining ODA projections. CARICOM believes the ground is not crumbling beneath us. We offer three propositions. First, all developing countries aspire to deliver better outcomes for their people. In CARICOM, we are doing our part, pursuing economic diversification, leading reforms at home, and advocating globally for solutions like the Bridgetown Initiative and the Debt Sustainability Support Services for SIDS. We are exploring new debt instruments, regional financing models, and sustainable investment pathways. Second, we strongly defend multilateralism. We supported outcomes in Nice and Sevilla, and we look ahead to milestones like the UN's 80th anniversary and COP30 in Belém with resolve. There is political will across divides. We must translate this into action. Third, sustainable development is not a zero-sum game. We share one planet. Our economies and futures are interdependent. Cooperation is not optional, it is essential. For the foregoing reasons, CARICOM is convinced that we have a solid foundation to hasten our actions. Mr. President, we urge a holistic approach to the SDGs. Women and girls must be at the heart of our development agenda. Structural barriers must be dismantled so that all women and men can realize their full potential. In the Caribbean, we are building more resilient, diversified economies, investing in digital services, sustainable tourism, creative industries, and climate-smart agriculture. We are strengthening our health systems to withstand climate-related threats, but we need sustained, scaled-up support. For CARICOM, the ocean is a lifeline. We welcome the outcomes of the 3rd UN Ocean Conference and call for urgent ocean financing for SIDS. Above all, without meaningful international partnerships, the SDGs will falter. This includes access to predictable financing, emerging technologies, and debt relief. Most critically, the international community must deliver on its commitment to support SIDS through the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, ABAS. We cannot speak of sustainable development without addressing the situation in Haiti. Haiti requires urgent action, sustained international engagement to meet its humanitarian needs and to support peace, security, and long-term development. Excellencies, as we commemorate 80 years of the United Nations, let us prove this institution still delivers for those who need it most. Let the next 5 years be marked by action, not excuses. Let us rise together and fulfill the promise of the 2030 Agenda. Thank you.
Our thanks to Minister Clark for her statement today. I now give the floor to His Excellency Zhetko Stankov, the Minister of Energy of Bulgaria, on behalf of the group of friends of children and the SDGs. Mr. Stankov, you have the floor.
Dear President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am pleased to address the high-level political forum this year on behalf of 67 members of the group of friends of children and the SDGs. In interest of time, I'm gonna deliver a shorter version, though the original one will be submitted in written form. 9 years ago, this group of friends came together, guided by the vision of the 2030 Agenda to make the world a better place for current and future generation of children. Today, the promise remains unfulfilled. Across the globe, an unprecedented number of children are exposed to violence, while our world faces more conflicts than any point since World War II. These extensional traits of climate change, unregulated artificial intelligence, and widening inequitable continue to jeopardize children's right to survive and thrive. Today, with only 17% of the SDGs on track, time is running out. We, member states, have the power and the responsibility, of course, to change this trajectory. First, we must scale up effective investments in children. Today, 1 billion children live in multidimensional poverty, while 300 million children survive on less than $2.15 per day. Investment in children, especially in their early youth, yield high socioeconomic returns. Countries with universal child benefits experience higher levels of school enrollment, increase life expectancy, reduce poverty, lower infant and under 5 mortality, as well as reduce rates of stunting in children. Furthermore, scaling up public financing for children-focused social protection is not just a moral imperative, it's a high-yield investment in the future. Every dollar invested in children can yield up to 10-fold return in the long term. Yet too often, these investments are too little too late. Second, we must invest and prioritize proven high impact and cost-effective interventions, such as early childhood nutrition and immunization. Access to healthcare has far-reaching long-term impact. 200 million children still suffer from undernutrition. Nearly 30% are not developmentally on track. Of note, between 1990 and 2020, the prevalence of stunting among children under 5 declined by 45%. This is a real progress for millions of children. We had the data, we had the means, we have the evidence that these policies work. Now is the time for action. If we are to create a world where no one is left behind, business as usual is unacceptable. Excellencies, what is needed now is as extraordinary and concerned offers to scale up policies in investments for the children. This includes effective and meaningful engagement with children in the implementation and review of the SDGs. The SDGs must be delivered for and with all children. Children must have the opportunity to learn about the SDGs, be inspired to take action in their communities, and have their voices heard during consultations, in accordance with the Convention of the Rights of Children. Excellencies, the decisions we make today, our action and our inaction, will shape the future of children will inherit. It's up to us to create systemic, long-term, positive change in the world where every child's rights are respected and fulfilled. Thank you very much.
I thank Minister Stankoff very much for his comments and look forward to receiving his full report. I'll now give the floor to His Excellency Arzabek Kozashev, who is the Minister in charge of Energy and Infrastructure for Belarus, who will be speaking on behalf of Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and the Russian Federation.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor on behalf of the Eurasian Economic Commission, the permanent governing body of the Eurasian Economic Union that brings together Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Russia. It's a great honor to inform you about our successes in studying the impact of Eurasian economic integration in achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The EAEU is a single market of more than 185 million consumers with a total GDP of more than $2 trillion. At the end of 2024, its increase was 4.4%. For the second year in a row, economic growth rates are higher than the global average of 3.2%. The goals and areas of integration development largely coincide with the goals and targets of the 2030 Agenda. At the HLPF, we are submitting our second report. It contains the main directions of EAEU economic cooperation, and we can show in that the correlation of this with the achievement of the SDGs. Regional economic integration is not only an instrument of sustainable economic growth, but it also is an additional factor in achieving the SDGs. A key tool in achieving the SDGs within the EAEU is the union law. The Treaty of the EAEU covers in large part the 2030 Agenda. We also stress this in the strategy for achieving Eurasian economic development up to 2025 and the subsequent declaration on the Eurasian economic path that covers the development of our integration process up to 2030 and up to 2025. Analysis of these impacts is having an impact on the well-being of the population. The contribution of integration is significant for those SDGs, the achievement of which in large part depends on economic cooperation. First and foremost, SDGs 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, and 17. In the EAEU in 2023, compared to 2019, there has been a rise in GDP per capita. In Armenia, that was 44.4%, Belarus 5.2%, Kazakhstan 5.9%, Kyrgyzstan 11.7%, and Russia 6.9%. The unemployment level is lower than in many of our partners, which is at 3.5%. Our countries are undertaking systemic measures to strengthen food security, increasing the production of food, applying effective economic methods, introducing innovative technologies, and developing infrastructure. A high level of food provision has been ensured at 93%. The EAEU is making a significant contribution to ensuring the global food security. In food exports, we are the biggest exporter of wheat, frozen fish, and flaxseed. We are the second largest exporter of wheat flour, sunflower oil, and rapeseed oil, and the third largest exporter of barley. Priority areas of EAEU development are infrastructure and industrial development, because transport, industrialization, modernizing services, and access to financial services is correlated with SDG 9. The functioning of the single market, of construction services, the use of technological regulations in construction and transport, and opportunities for municipalities to engage in procurement is linked to SDG 11. The single market for medicines, the use of sanitary, veterinary sanitary, and quarantine phytosanitary measures, and also the implementation of joint measures to deal with the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, it corresponds to SDG 3, ensuring a single legal space for the free movement of products that are safe for the life and human, plant, and animal health exists. And within the framework of the climate agenda, we have common rules for marking identification of certain types of goods that is in line with SDG 6 and SDG 13. Long-term mutually beneficial cooperation in energy takes the form of a coordinated energy policy, forming a common market for energy resources, effectively using the potential of fuel and energy complexes. And this is all in line with SDG 7. The policy on consumer rights aims to develop competitive markets and form an inclusive society, increase living standards, and this is in line with SDG 12. The international activity of the Union and our mutually beneficial trade and economic activities makes us an economic hub at the international level that is correlated with SDG 17. Distinguished colleagues, in conclusion, I would like to say that and assure you that we will continue to work on an analysis of the impact of Eurasian economic integration processes on achieving the SDGs, and we will share the results of that with you. Thank you.
Very much, Minister Kozyrtsev, I appreciate it. And now turn to His Excellency Shiva Raj Adhikari, who's the Vice Chairman of the National Planning Commission for the Government of Nepal. He will be speaking on behalf of the group of the least developed countries, known to us as the LDCs.
Mr. President, Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver these remarks on behalf of group of the LDCs. The world today is facing multiple interlinked crises. These crises continue to disproportionately harm to the fiscal space of LDCs, preventing investment needed to achieve the SDGs and implementation of Doha Program of Action. LDCs have made little or no progress in SDGs, especially in SDGs being reviewed by this HLPF. Economic growth in these countries remain below the SDG target of 7%. Employment elasticity is low, with youth unemployment high, and over 80% of jobs vulnerable, informal, and low-paying, and lacking protection. The labor transition from agriculture to higher productivity sector-linked manufacturing and services are slow. Despite progress in 2015 in healthcare and maternal mortality reduction, reproductive health improving lag behind the global average. LDC emit just 3.3% of global GSGs, but are disproportionately impacted by the climate changes. Rising debt levels, worsening by the disaster recovery financing, threatening the development prospects. And excellencies and distinguished delegates, the theme of this year, HLPF, rightly called our solution to be science and evidence-based. And evidence is clear. Statistics reports consistently highlight the continued vulnerable of the LDCs. But we strongly call for the urgent action to support the LDCs to recover the lost ground in order for us to achieve the SDGs and implement DPOA and deliver its 5 key deliverables. Sevilla commitment has expressed a strong commitment to address the challenges of facing LDCs. It offers a wide range of measurements to address the challenges and build the resilience in LDCs, including enhanced and strong support for LDCs to accelerate the achievement of SDGs, mobilize affordable and long-term predictable financing to expand our fiscal space, and strengthen the support of climate adaptation and mitigation, particularly for LDCs and frontline climate impact. We strongly call for the effective implementation of the Sevilla commitment. We appreciate our partners for their assistance and for further enhancing the ODA, scaling up support for capacity building and technology transfer. We urge for stronger partnership for the LDCs, development partners, private sector to ensure that the efforts towards universal access to modern energy and clean energy transformation for effective and people-centered and inclusive. Let us ensure that 15 more LDCs will be embarked on this journey towards graduation of 2031. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chairman. We now turn to Her Excellency Kenya Barley, who's the Minister of Planning and Economic Development of the Republic of Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Sierra Leone, I extend our sincere appreciation to the United Nations for its steadfast leadership in coordinating the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals across all member states. Your continued commitment has served as a pillar of global solidarity, guiding collective efforts towards sustainable and inclusive development. Sierra Leone remains fully committed to the SDGs as a central framework for national development, regional, and global transformation. The goals continue to inform our national development priorities and planning processes, aligning with our medium-term national development plan. We strongly uphold the theme of this year's HLPF, believing that inclusive science and evidence-based solutions anchored in local realities and global solidarity are essential to accelerating the implementation and ensuring that no one is left behind. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, since our last engagement, Sierra Leone has made tangible progress in the SDGs under review in 2025. On SDG 3, good health and well-being, we have expanded access to essential health services, improved maternal and child health outcomes, and strengthened disease surveillance and pandemic preparedness. In advancing SDG 5, gender equality, the government and its partners have implemented initiatives that support the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act of 2023, including increased women's political participation and scaled up efforts to address gender-based violence. On SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, we have promoted youth entrepreneurship, as youth employment has been identified as one of our big game-changing interventions in our medium-term national development plan. And for SDG 14, life below water, we have increased marine protected areas and implemented stronger measures to combat illicit, unreported, and unregulated fishing progress. And for SDG 17, partnerships and goals, it is evident in our strengthened cooperation with our partners that we have made progress here. We have also continued to prioritize our national accelerator goals, SDG 4 and SDG 16. However, we are fully aware achieving the 2030 agenda remains severely constrained by persistent development financing challenges. Accordingly, Sierra Leone acknowledges the urgent need for innovative financing mechanisms. We are strengthening domestic resource mobilization, improving governance in the management of our natural resources, and stepping up efforts to curb illicit financial flows. We are therefore exploring climate financing. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, together, we can accelerate our collective efforts and our ambitions and ensure that no one, absolutely no one, is left behind. I thank you.
Thank the Minister. And I now give the floor to the Minister of Economy and Planning of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Faisal Ali Ibrahim.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests, peace and blessings be upon you all. Nearly 10 years ago, the international community agreed on the 2030 Agenda as a shared roadmap toward a more just and sustainable world for all. That commitment was not merely a declaration of intent, but a direct call for serious action, one that disrupted methodologies and helped reshape priorities. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Vision 2030 emerged as a national project rooted in the ambitions of our wise leadership and the aspiration of our citizens, making the Kingdom the fastest advancing G20 country in sustainable development indicators over the past decades. This progress confirms that tangible outcomes are possible when ambition aligns with structured action, driven by strong will and supported by effective policies. We gather today at a pivotal moment where the humanitarian tragedy in Gaza and the Middle East sees suffering beyond all imagination, destroying the hopes of entire generations, and where the world continues to face numerous economic and geopolitical challenges. At the same time, trust in multilateral platforms is diminishing. Discussions remain bound to the lowest ceiling of ambition, and the gap continues to grow between declared commitments and substantive progress and practice. As the United Nations approaches its 80th anniversary, the need for profound reforms grows stronger. Progress alone is not enough. And development that remains in the realm of intentions does not create change. What we need now is a more focused approach, one that continues direct efforts towards the most pressing priorities and enables us to achieve real and lasting impact. In this forum last year, the Kingdom called for development of a new mechanism, one that is based on 3 principles. First, directing impact and channeling resources toward the most critical challenges. Second, designing scalable solutions that are adaptable and replicable across different national contexts. And third, relying on data and evidence to ensure decisions are informed by robust analysis. Therefore, we have adopted a new blueprint for national sustainable development, thanks to pioneering local efforts. Al-Madina Al-Munawwara has showcased how local progress can translate into national success. Through the launching of the Sustainable Development Atlas, covering all 70 neighborhoods, a milestone designed to provide accurate data that enables decision makers to simulate various scenarios. Mr. President, distinguished guests, we will continue to work with member states to turn commitments into outcomes and ambitions into reality in order to build a present and future that leaves no one behind. The world today does not lack ambition, but rather the focus on what matters most. The ability to collaborate effectively regardless of conditions, the reliance on evidence and long-term vision, and the boldness, not only in ambition, but also in implementation. These results are within reach.
Appreciate it very much. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dara O'Brien, the Minister for Climate, Environment and the Energy of Ireland. Minister O'Brien, you have the floor.
Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this year, as we mark the 70th anniversary of Ireland's membership of the United Nations, we reflect on and reaffirm our long-standing commitment to the multilateral system with the UN Charter at its very core. Multilateralism has driven our most successful efforts as an international community to address the interlocking crises of climate change, conflict, hunger, injustice, inequality, and humanitarian need. Such challenges remain monumental, however, and require that we urgently redouble our efforts to achieve the vision of Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. The range of complexity and the cross-cutting nature of global challenges demand a coordinated approach at both national and international level. The political declaration of the SDGs Summit in 2023 and the Pact for the Future and its annexes adopted last year warned about the risk of leaving millions behind. In response, we came together to commit to a renewed vigor in our action. It is vital that we translate these commitments into reality. There are opportunities for us to bring life to our words, as was the case at the recent 3rd United Nations Ocean Conference, the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, the upcoming 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and the Platform for Action, as well as the 2nd World Summit on Social Development. We must integrate these frameworks into policy at all levels, including through the work of this forum, to reach the furthest behind first and leave no one behind. Building on the consensual adoption of the Pact, UN 80 provides an opportunity to make the UN more impactful and financially stable, enabling it to better serve all the needs of all of our people, to refocus the work of the UN and its organization on the unique expertise, avoiding duplication, fragmentation, and overlaps, whilst increasing coherence, coordination, and impact. Ireland welcomes the opportunity to work together with all partners and stakeholders to support the UN 80 initiative. HLPF should remain as an essential platform for assessing progress, understanding the challenges in addressing specific goals, and reinforcing how the SDGs are interlinked and indeed interdependent. Ensuring ongoing and meaningful stakeholder engagement through the involvement of civil society, private sector, and underrepresented groups, as well as women and youth voices, academia, and regional and local governments is crucial to ensuring successful, inclusive, and equitable outcomes. Living up to the promise of the 2030 Agenda is a shared responsibility. Effective cooperation among all actors will lead to more practical, inclusive, and adaptable solutions, accelerating progress to.
We thank you very much, Minister, for those comments. Thank you. His Excellency Petr Kulanek, who's the Minister for Regional Development of Czechia, is next, please.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the milestone year 2030, we are well aware of the difficult global context. Violent conflicts, impacts of climate change, and human rights backsliding are testing our shared commitments. The joint promise of the 2030 Agenda and multilateral cooperation face growing challenges. In this context, I would like to reaffirm Czechia's strong support for the 2030 Agenda and multilateralism. This is not only a matter of noble principles. Having a joint agenda and common goals is a matter of global necessity. When the SDGs fall behind, so does stability, peace, and trust. Mr. President, even in turbulent times, Czechia remains a reliable, globally engaged partner. Czechia reconfirmed its commitment to the 2030 Agenda this year by adopting the updated National Strategic Framework, Czech Republic 2030. We are proud to present our third voluntary national review later today. It is a critical overview of the progress made over the past 4 years. The review reflects contributions from across society, and especially young people. Their voice and engagement are vital for the future of sustainable development. The SDGs under review in 2025 highlight critical areas for action. And let me point out that gender equality is a catalyst for sustainable development and is instrumental to achieving all SDGs. The recent UN Ocean Conference reiterated that the sustainable use of oceans is closely linked to protected climate and biodiversity, as well as ensuring prosperity. To achieve sustainable economic growth, we must protect the rules-based international trading system. SDG localization is essential. OECD reminds that 65% of the SDGs cannot be achieved without proper engagement of local and regional authorities. And to be able to deliver on any of the SDGs, we have to put upholding human rights and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at the center of our efforts. Last but not least, the permanent representative of Czechia has had the honor to be one of the co-facilitators of this year's Ministerial Declaration. I would like to use this opportunity to invite everyone to join consensus on the Ministerial Declaration. This forum's outcome document must send a clear message. Now is the time to accelerate, not retreat from our shared goals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for recognizing the work of your co-facilitator. I'd like to mention them both. The representatives have done a remarkable job, and we look forward to the conclusion of this discussion later this week. It's now my pleasure to call upon Patty Hajdu, who's the Minister of Jobs and Families for Canada. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, President, chers collègues.
Dear colleagues and excellencies, before I begin, I'm delighted to be here with you on the ancestral lands of the Lenape peoples.
Complex challenges, increased conflict, climate change and biodiversity loss, global events undermining hard-won human rights and gender equality, and rising polarization threaten to tear us apart. Yet amid global challenges, it's our communities, partnerships, and global forums like this that remind us we are not alone, and we are stronger when we stand united. Canada welcomes the UN80 initiative launched by the Secretary General. Canada is committed to ensuring the UN continues to be a force for good in the world because greater stability rests on equality and connection to each other. Many Indigenous peoples in Canada believe that we collectively have the responsibility to ensure the next 7 generations have a livable, breathable world and a fair chance to thrive. The Sustainable Development Goals continue to be the best roadmap to end poverty, protect the planet, and build a just, peaceful, and inclusive world for us all. They provide us a way to measure our progress and to hold ourselves and each other accountable. So Canada will continue to champion efforts to accelerate and advance the SDG. At home, this means strengthening our social safety nets through dental care and affordable childcare and better supports for people with disabilities. It means getting Canada's workers the training they need for decent work. It means strengthening rights for unions. It means advancing the creation of marine protected areas and conserving nature in partnership with Indigenous peoples. It means working relentlessly to improve clean water access for First Nations communities. Internationally, it means supporting women and girls by protecting funding for education and sexual and reproductive health care, and expanding lending capacity to support the private sector in low-income and emerging economies. In the face of change, Canada's commitment to global collaboration is unwavering, because it's only through collective responsibility and shared efforts that we can address the issues that transcend our borders. We must resist those who attempt to divide us. After all, we share this globe. Poverty, climate change, war, and conflict affect us all. This work is mission critical, and it must be done together. We must all commit to working even harder and faster to protect the future for the next 7 generations to come. Merci, Miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, very much. It's now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Ano Pala, who's the Minister for National Planning and Monitoring of Papua New Guinea.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests. On behalf of the government and the people of Papua New Guinea, I extend warm greetings from the Pacific and reaffirm our commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This year marks Papua New Guinea's 50th anniversary of independence. It is a moment for reflection and renewed dedication to building a stronger, inclusive, and resilient nation. Mr. President, our second voluntary national review to be presented today outlines our national journey, capturing progress, challenges, and our enduring resolve to leave no one behind. Since 2015, we have localized SDGs across planning and budgeting systems. Our national strategy for responsible sustainable development remains a comprehensive blueprint for balancing economic, social, environment, and cultural goals. Mr. President, under our fourth medium-term development plan, we have integrated 94 localized SDG indicators to enhance policy coherence and align investments with our Vision 2050. Investment in health, education, and rural infrastructure have improved maternal and child health and nutritional outcomes, yet significant disparities remain in rural service delivery and access to quality education. We continue to combat gender inequality through our gender equality and social inclusion policy and national efforts to address gender-based violence, strengthen public financial management and decentralization efforts, are reinforcing local service deliveries. But persistent structural challenges, including limited capacity and financing, requires deeper international cooperation. We call for enhanced concessional financing, technical assistance, and capacity building, especially for small island developing states like ours. Mr. President, as a frontline climate vulnerable state, we face intensifying threats from rising seas and extreme weather. We urge urgent global action and scaled-up support for mitigation, adaptation, and resilient building. To conclude, Mr. President, as we celebrate 50 years of independence, our unity in diversity drives our sustainable development journey. We stand ready to work with all partners to deliver on the SDGs.
I thank the Minister very much for his statement. Thank you, Minister. now give the floor to His Excellency Alexei Buzu, who's the Minister of Labor and Social Protection of the Republic of Moldova.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, with less than 5 years remaining to achieve the 2030 Agenda, the Republic of Moldova reaffirms firmly committed to delivering inclusive and measurable results despite significant regional and global challenges. The war of aggression in Ukraine continues to impact Moldova's development path. Since 2022, we have hosted hundreds of thousands of refugees, ensuring access to health, education, housing, and employment. Moldova has shown that solidarity is not just a slogan, but a principle guiding public policy and governance. Whatever the challenges, we'll keep standing with the brave men and women of Ukraine. Guided by the EU integration path, we are advancing with deep structural reforms. On SDG 3, Moldova has made significant investments in maternal and child health, modernized all 12 perinatal centers, and expanded early childhood services. Primary care now includes integrated reproductive and family health services in over 200 facilities. We have also introduced universal newborn hearing screening and scaled up early intervention services for children. On tuberculosis treatment, success rate reached 82% in 2024, thanks to mobile services, outreach, and digital diagnostics. On SDG 5, Moldova is narrowing the gender gap. This year, we ranked 7th globally, achieving over 81% gender parity and significantly increasing women's political empowerment. We apply zero tolerance to gender-based violence, with national services now available in most rural regions. On SDG 8, we focus on formalizing employment, improving working conditions, and supporting vulnerable groups. We are aligning our labor laws with EU and ILO standards and implementing a new decent work country program with the ILO. On SDG 14, although landlocked, Moldova works to protect cross-border water ecosystems through the Danube-Prut Black Sea Basin Plan, aligning with the EU Water Framework Directive to ensure sustainable and climate resilience water governance. The SDG is fully integrated in our national governance and the EU Accession Action Plan. We are scaling up reforms in employment services, social protection, health, and gender equality in partnership with UN and EU and other development partners. Mr. President, despite challenges, Moldova is moving forward with determination. Our progress is driven by equity, guided by data, and reinforced by partnerships. We remain fully committed to accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and ensuring that no one is left behind. Thank you.
I thank Minister Buzu very much. I now introduce Minister Edgar Moyo, who's the Minister of Public Service, Labor, and Social Welfare of Zimbabwe. Minister Moyo, please.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme UN at 80, catalyzing change for sustainable development, invites us to reflect on progress made in implementing the SDGs under review. As the UN turns 80, we are reminded of the enduring power of multilateralism and collective action. Mr. President, we welcome the convening of this high-level political forum, which has come at a critical juncture with only 5 years to 2030. At this midpoint, just 17% of SDGs are on track, while the financing gap continues to widen. Yet, despite these sobering statistics, Zimbabwe has registered progress in poverty eradication, health, decent work, and gender equality. Guided by our national health strategy, we prioritize quality, affordable, and accessible health services for all, including mental health. We have increased domestic financing for health commodities, focusing on remote communities to ensure no one is left behind. Furthermore, Zimbabwe continues to empower women and youth through expanded vocational and entrepreneurial training for micro, small, and medium enterprises as we advance the implementation of both SDGs 5 and 8. Such programs, with their multiplier effect, are real drivers of inclusive economic growth as we chart our path towards the attainment of our vision of an upper middle income economy by 2030. Mr. President, whilst there has been concerted efforts to implement the 2030 agenda, challenges remain. Inadequate financing continues to hamper progress in developing countries. The 4th International Conference on Financing for Development sent a clear message. We must urgently reform the global financial architecture to make it agile, equitable, and responsive to the needs of the global South. Zimbabwe reiterates this call. Equally, unilateral coercive measures imposed on my country remain a major obstacle to our SDG implementation. We call once again for their immediate and unconditional removal so we can pursue our development path without hindrance. In conclusion, Zimbabwe remains steadfast in its commitment to achieve the SDGs and stands ready to join global efforts to deliver sustainable development for present and future generations. I thank you.
I thank the representative from Zimbabwe. I now call upon His Excellency Inara Chieng, who is the Senior Minister in charge of the Special Mission and Second Vice President of the Council for Development of Cambodia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellency President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my government, I reaffirm Cambodia's unwavering commitment to effective implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This year's high-level political forum convenes at a critical time as global crisis, conflicts, and climate impacts threaten progress. With only 5 years left in the decade of action, we must act urgently and collectively to safeguard development gains and support those most at risk. Development cooperation has been vital in post-conflict recovery. Cambodia, after decades of turmoil, made significant progress thanks to peace, political stability, and the leadership of my Prime Minister. Cambodia remains firmly committed to peace, sovereignty, and adherence to international laws. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the UN commemorates its 80th anniversary, we must assess whether it's adequately equipped to drive progress on the 2030 Agenda. Cambodia reaffirmed its commitment to the SDGs rooted in peace, prosperity, people, planet, and partnership with poverty eradication at the center. Our approach emphasizes localizations, including the unique SDG 18 on mine actions, reflecting our national priorities. We view the in-depth review of the SDGs 3, 5, 8, 14, and 17 are significant and interconnected. Cambodia has made progress in health, SDGs 3, and as the UNAIDS board member, we are committed to end AIDS by 2030. On gender equality, SDG 5, we advance legal reform and empowerment. On economic growth, SDG 8, we promote diversification, digital innovation, and decent jobs. To protect marine ecosystem, SDG 14, we improve fishery governance. Across all areas, we underscore partnership. SDG 17 are vital and we call for all concrete actions, especially ODA commitment, technology access, and inclusive decision-making. We welcome the outcome of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville and urge effective implementation of the declarations. Excellency President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my government is firmly committed to translating global aspiration into tangible SDG outcomes.
I thank His Excellency Anar Cheng very much for his intervention. Thank you so much. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Leslie Urteaga, who is the Minister of Social Development and Inclusion of Peru.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, distinguished representatives, Peru is honored to participate in this high-level dialogue. We reaffirm our commitment to sustainable development. Faced with complex challenges, Peru is promoting inclusive, evidence-based solutions that are life cycle focused. Under the leadership of the government of the President of the Republic, Dina Boluarte, we have intensified our efforts to guarantee that social protection effectively reaches those that most need it. In the context of SDG 3, health and well-being, we have focused our efforts on reducing child anemia as part of an articulated effort of the Peruvian government. Our program of traditional conditional transfers and our infant care program carries out a holistic intervention for children aged 1 and under. In this group, we have managed to achieve 7 percentage point reduction in anemia in 2024. And for 2025, we forecast a 2-point reduction. We have a pension program for older persons in a situation of poverty. And after 10 years of that, and upon the provision of the Peruvian government, the amount provided has been increased by 40%. And it has been possible to strengthen attention paid to health by more than 50,000 users. The government of Peru, led for the first time in its history by a woman, means that SDG 5, linked to gender equality for all women, is considered a priority. Peru promotes the labor participation of more than 75,000 women. And with its women's strategy for this year, 2025, more than 2,600 community women leaders have benefited to be able to organize formal businesses with around $5,000 each. On SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, we are developing strategies based on social organization. Between 2022 and 2025, a total of 41,233 jobs, temporary jobs, were created in the 24 regions of the country, contributing significantly to introducing greater dynamism into our economy. Lastly, in the context of governance and partnerships, SDG 17, Peru has just adopted the multi-sectoral strategy on urban poverty together with 17 sectors to address child malnutrition, economic integration of young people, and income security. Because of the aforementioned, Mr. President, Peru reaffirms its will to continue to make progress on the Sustainable Development Goals with political will, innovation, and partnerships with citizens. Let us move forward together towards a more just, more inclusive world in an environment in which no one is left behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Dr. Thambo Gina, who's the Minister of Economic Planning and Development of Eswatini.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I bring warm greetings from His Majesty King Mswati III and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini. We reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the 2030 transformative agenda and its sustainable development goals. and robust partnerships for a shared future. Central to our development philosophy is the concept of leaving no one behind. We are implementing comprehensive initiatives to ensure that all segments of our society, particularly the most vulnerable, are included in our journey towards development. These initiatives include legislative and policy reform to enhance gender equity and empowerment of women and girls, eradicating girl-child marriages, and fostering women representation in political and managerial platforms at national and local government levels. We are also tackling youth unemployment and vulnerabilities of young people who constitute a significant proportion of our population. This is done through education, skills development, and business startup initiatives for the youth, accompanied by job placements under the Youth Empowerment Program. Government is also strengthening social safety nets for children 0 to 17 years through free primary education, orphaned and vulnerable children education support, and health programs aimed at improving the welfare and support of children. We also continue to improve the welfare, the infrastructure, and provision of assistive devices for people living with disabilities, including the provision of the appropriate infrastructure for their welfare. The government has made significant strides in eradication of TB, malaria, and the improvement, HIV, AIDS, TB, and malaria, and the improvement of other health outcomes, including the reduction of the under 5 mortality rate. We are also on course in terms of achievement of SDGs 6 and 7 on water and energy. Whilst these significant strides have been made, we continue to have challenges in the achievement of some of the SDGs. Eswatini believes in strong partnerships, and we call upon the development partners to join hands in improving our progress over the remaining period of the SDG implementation. In conclusion, Eswatini is fully committed to the 2030 agenda through fostering inclusive growth, empowering our people, and protecting our planet. We thank our development partners for the invaluable support, and we call upon them to stand with us as we redouble our efforts to achieve the SDGs and ensure that no one is left behind. I thank you.
I thank Minister Gina from Eswatini, and I now give the floor back to His Excellency Zeko Stankov, who will be speaking on behalf of in his national capacity, on behalf of Bulgaria. Minister Stankov, please.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, Bulgaria reaffirms its unwavering commitments to multilateralism and to the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Bulgaria 2030, our national development strategy, aligns fully with the SDGs. Let me highlight the key areas of progress. With regard to the health and well-being, Bulgaria has expanded coverage of essential health services and met key targets for maternal and child mortality, with rates well below global thresholds. Access to care continue to improve, with unmet medical needs now lower than the EU average. Our new National Health Strategy 2030 emphasizes prevention, digitalization, and equity. Promoting gender equality remains a national priority. Our Gender Equality Strategy 2021 to 2030 focused on equal pay, women's leadership, and work-life balance. These efforts has led to Bulgaria rising 5 places in the 2024 Global Gender Gap Index, with a steady progress on key national indicators. Bulgaria has advanced also with regard to decent work and sustainable economic growth. Through active labor policies, vocational training, and trade support for young women, disadvantaged persons, unemployment has dropped and labor productivity grew significantly. National and EU funds support small and medium-sized enterprises, innovation, green transition, and startup initiatives. One of the 8 supercomputers of the EU is based in Bulgaria. On livable water, the Black Sea is both the national priority and a shared responsibility. We are investing in the protection through integrated policies and international cooperation. As a member of the High Ambitious Coalition and to end plastic pollution, we are committed to legally binding global instrument and to work to modernize infrastructure. Means of implementation and strengthening partnership remain key. Since 2027, Bulgaria has evolved from aid recipient to a reliable development partner. In 2024, our official development assistance has supported initiatives in the Western Balkans, Ukraine, and other Black Sea countries, as well in the Middle East and Africa. Mr. President, let me conclude by echoing the call of action. Not tomorrow, not next year, but today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for both your statements. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bakit Sidikov, the Minister of Economy and Commerce of Kyrgyzstan.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we gather today at a critical juncture. 2/3 of the time allocated for the 2030 agenda has already passed, yet the world remains far from where it pledged to be. Progress on the Sustainable Development Goals is faltering, while global challenges from climate shocks and geopolitical tensions to economic inequality are growing in unpredictable and far-reaching ways. For Kyrgyzstan, a landlocked and mountainous country, the SDGs are not an abstract framework, but a roadmap for resilience and sustainable development. We have worked tirelessly to align our national programs with the SDGs, integrating them into policies on green growth, social protection, healthcare, and digitalization. Last week, we presented our second VNR. Since 2022, Kyrgyzstan's economy has been growing at 9% annually. The nominal GDP has doubled, and the poverty rate has declined by 8%. These achievements reflect progress in structural reforms, poverty reduction, and expanding opportunities. Yet, we are aware that challenges remain, and we are committed to addressing them. Allow me to highlight two key contributions Kyrgyzstan brings to our shared agenda. First, the Mountain 5-Year Plan. Kyrgyzstan has long championed the global mountain agenda, advancing efforts to safeguard fragile ecosystems, preserve glaciers, and address disproportionate impacts of climate change on mountain regions. We are honored to invite all partners to the second Global Mountain Summit, Bishkek Plus 25 in 2027, an international platform to elevate mountain issues in global development and climate discussions. Second, Kyrgyzstan's candidacy for a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for 2027 and 2028. Endorsed unanimously by the Central Asian region, our candidacy reflects both regional responsibility and global engagement. Kyrgyzstan is ready to represent the voices of developing vulnerable states, advance international cooperation, and uphold peace and security. In 2025, this year, together with the Republic of Tajikistan, we achieved a historic resolution of our border issues, securing peace and stability in Central Asia. This stands an example of how constructive and mutual dialogue can resolve complex challenges. Mr. President, Excellencies, Kyrgyzstan is ready to contribute its experience, its commitment to peace, and the resilience of its mountain communities. Let us strengthen our collective efforts to ensure that no one is left behind, whether in the world's highest mountains, vast plains, or across its seas and deep oceans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Beatriz Carles de Arango, the Minister of Social Development of Panama. Minister, you have the floor.
Buenos días a todos.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm honored to represent Panama at this high-level political forum on sustainable development. Today, we decisively reaffirm our commitment to the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals as our collective roadmap to act with resolve and solidarity. This multilateral forum is the right place to renew our will to accelerate its implementation, to recognize the persistent and emerging challenges, and most of all, to find integrated, evidence-based, people-centered solutions. When it comes to sustainable development, our key priority continues to be SDG 1, eradicating poverty in all its forms. To do so, our country reaffirms and steps up its commitment to guarantee universal social protection, which is inclusive and resilient, and able to withstand global crises and structural challenges. This is strategically linked to SDG 2 on zero hunger, which calls upon us to transform agri-food systems, support family producers, and guarantee adequate nutrition for all people, leaving nobody behind. In terms of health and well-being, SDG 3, Panama is redoubling its efforts to strengthen our health systems, expand universal coverage, and more effectively respond to public health emergencies. This is in keeping with the principle of the right to health for all people. Our country also reiterates its commitment to gender equality, that's SDG 5, adopting structural measures and institutional reforms to eliminate gaps, prevent violence against women and girls, and to guarantee full participation by them in decision-making processes and economic development. Turning to SDG 8, in the strategic plan of the government, which has a pillar dedicated to propelling economic sectors for growth and generating high-quality employment, our country is seeking to foster policies to promote fair employment, decent work, and economic growth, which allows all areas of our society to benefit. Similarly, it's important for us to highlight the importance of the care economy, the social economy, and the solidarity economy, as well as the protection of the labor rights of all workers, including those in the informal sector, women, and youth. As a coastal country and bridge between oceans, Panama has assumed its responsibility within the context of its role in protecting marine and coastal ecosystems, that's SDG 14, and has been recognized as a blue leader since 2022. Because of that, there's a need to reiterate very clearly our decisive commitment to the governance of oceans. The speaker's microphone is cut off.
Minister, thank you so much. I'm afraid your microphone has been cut off. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. I now give the floor to His Excellency Anar Gulayev, who is the Chairman of the State Committee on Urban Planning and the Architecture of Azerbaijan.
Dear Chair, distinguished delegates, we convene at the pivotal moment that demands unity, determination, and transformative actions. We are witnessing an alarming convergence of complex and interrelated crises that continue to reshape the trajectory of sustainable development, affecting the lives of billions of people. These challenges manifest most acutely in our cities and other settlements. The successful implementation of the SDGs is also closely linked to how we plan, develop, and manage our urban environment. Urban planning is one of the most powerful and strategic instruments to ensure the places we live and work are inclusive, equitable, safe, and resilient. In Azerbaijan, we consider urban planning to be one of the key engines of our national development strategy. We have updated 20-year master plans for 86% of our cities and are currently working on the rest. These master plans are not merely technical frameworks. They serve as strategic guides for inclusive, green, and sustainable urban transformation. At the ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate change held during COP29 in Baku last November, we launched the Multi-Sectoral Action Pathways for Resilient and Healthy Cities initiative, highlighting Azerbaijan's breaking down silos across sectors. We believe such a cross-cutting approach is of particular importance today, when the world continues to be deeply affected by ongoing conflicts that disrupt lives, displace millions, and undermine the foundations of sustainable development. Azerbaijan is pleased to share its post-conflict recovery model based on sustainability, reintegration, and human-centered development. Following the liberation of our territories, master plans for 12 cities and over 100 villages were developed. Roads, airports, hospitals, schools, university, built and operational, bringing life back to those areas. What we have heard here today further reinforces the importance of consolidated actions in overcoming multiple obstacles on a wide range of urban development issues, being at the center of many global development challenges. In this regard, the theme of the 13th session of the World Urban Forum, to be hosted by the city of Baku next year, Housing the World, Safe and Resilient Cities and Communities, is offering a vital global platform for dialogue and exchange on how to accelerate progress towards the urban dimensions of the SDGs. We are determined to make sure it will also allow pragmatic and practical discussion on what urban development can do for SDGs, as well as what SDGs can do for urban agenda. Azerbaijan stands ready to work with all partners to advance the shared goals and contribute to the realization of a better urban future for all, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
I thank the representative from Azerbaijan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Riyad Mansour, who's the Minister and Permanent Observer of the State of Palestine to the United Nations.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 12 years ago, the first high-level political forum was convened. 2 years later, the world came together to adopt the 2030 Agenda to finally implement the International Development Agenda that had been lacking for decades. A decade on, we gather this year on the 80th anniversary of the UN, yet the development agenda remains stalled, and in far too many years, it is regressing. Inequalities and injustice are deepening, poverty and hunger are surging, and war crimes and crimes against humanity are perpetuated with total impunity. With less than 5 years to 2030, our collective pledge to leave no country and no one behind risks becoming nothing more than a broken promise in plain sight. For Palestine, being left behind is not new. It is the result of decades of systematic destruction under the Israeli settler colonial occupation and genocide. Nowhere is this more evident than in Gaza, where an entire population is left behind. 21 months of genocide has decimated every aspect of sustainable development, eradicating the very conditions necessary for life itself. Over 60,000 Palestinians have been killed, including 20,000 children. Entire cities bombed to rubble. Famine is not a looming threat. It is an occupation made reality with hunger deliberately weaponized. The soil and environment are poisoned by the over 100,000 tons of explosives indiscriminately bombing homes, schools, and infrastructure. This is not just an assault on a people. It is an assault on the very principles of sustainable development, the UN Charter, and international law. Excellencies, it is evident that we will reach 2030 with the agenda unfulfilled. Yet, we must not resign ourselves to this status quo of stagnation. From this moment forward, we must redouble our efforts and reinforce our commitments to ensure that when 2030 arrives and development agenda that follows is not built on the ruins of broken promises, but on a genuine commitment to sustainability and justice for all. Despite the setbacks in international development and the unimaginable suffering inflicted upon our people, the State of Palestine remains steadfast in its commitment to realizing the 2030 Agenda and its successor framework. We fully recognize that today's global challenges demand a united response. We must therefore choose solidarity and multilateralism. This is the only viable path toward a future rooted in justice, dignity, and prosperity for all. This is the only way we fulfill and actualize our pledge to leave no one and no country behind. And I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank my friend, the ambassador from the state of Palestine. I now give the floor to His Excellency Suman Berry, Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog of India. Mr. Berry, please.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we gather at a decisive moment for our shared 2030 agenda. The world is navigating a period of significant economic shifts and uncertainty, which makes our collective work on the Sustainable Development Goals more critical than ever. The world needs anchors of stability, new engines of growth, and development models that can be scaled and shared. India, with its unique strengths and experience, is ready and willing to offer all three. India's sustained economic growth makes it an anchor of stability for the global community and an example of what is possible. In an era of flux, India stands out as a vibrant democracy with steadily improving socioeconomic indicators enabled by inclusive digital technologies, principled reforms, and a focus on empowering all segments of society. 248 million Indians are estimated to have escaped poverty in the decade between 2013-14 and 2022-23. India is today home to the world's largest cohort of youth entering employment. India is committed to making sure that they have a bright and productive future, and India's journey demonstrates that inclusive and sustainable development is both possible and scalable. Initiatives like Mission Life, Lifestyle for Environment, are reshaping consumption patterns and promoting climate-conscious behaviors in more than 1 billion people. India is committed to catalyzing change across the global south. India's development journey, marked by scale, speed, and stability, offers a credible and replicable pathway for fellow developing countries. India has extended concessional finance, technology partnerships, and capacity building support across developing countries. These include solar energy infrastructure and digital governance tools.
Addressing global challenges, be it climate change, debt distress, or food insecurity, requires global solidarity. India stands behind the central role of the United Nations in catalyzing change for our world. As we mark UN at 80, we reaffirm our belief in the UN as the cornerstone of multilateralism. The UN must continue to serve as a catalyst for inclusive and sustainable development. India supports a more representative and effective UN system that reflects contemporary realities and empowers all nations to shape our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. We now give the floor to His Excellency Isaac Thompson, who's the chairman of the National Development Planning Commission of Ghana. Mr. Thompson, please.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, I bring you warm greetings from the government and people of Ghana. Ghana stands solidly with the global community in reaffirming our commitment to the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. The significance of this moment cannot be overstated, Mr. President, as we have gone past the midpoint between 2015 pledge and the 2030 Agenda. The challenges confronting us are real, notably climate vulnerability, widening inequalities, and economic disruptions. In the face of these daunting challenges, we also see opportunities for strengthened partnerships and collaboration to transform our societies and economies. Ghana's 2025 Voluntary National Review, which is aligned with the political declaration of the 2023 SDGs Summit and the Pact for the Future adopted at the UN General Assembly in 2024, shows that progress is possible, essential, and necessary. On SDGs 3, which is health, we have expanded access to universal health coverage, reduced under 5 and neonatal mortality, improved anemia occurrence among infants and newborn, and digitized health records across the 261 districts of Ghana. On SDG 5, which is gender equality, we are advancing women's leadership. We've closed gender gaps in pre-tertiary education and investing in systems to prevent gender-based violence. On SDG 8, which is economic growth and decent work, we are focusing on youth employment, measurement of growth in productivity, employment, and earnings as a catalyst for a new approach to economic transformation, which makes economic statistics more meaningful to the everyday Ghanaian. On SDG 14, which is life below water, Ghana is combating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, restoring marine ecosystems, and building resilience in coastal communities. And then on SDG 17, which is partnerships, we are deepening partnerships and strengthening South-South cooperation, enhancing data systems, and localizing the SDGs in our local municipal assemblies. In spite of these noble strides, Mr. President, challenges persist. Fiscal constraints, a debt burden, weakening multilateralism, and diplomacy and unfairness in global financial architecture and technology access threaten our momentum. We therefore call for the following. 1, bold reforms to the global financial architecture that empower developing countries to invest in people and planet. Actionable follow-up to the Pact for the Future, ensuring that commitments translate into results on the ground, and genuine partnership that respect national ownership, build capacity, and close digital gap. Mr. President, as the United Nations turns 80, let us not only celebrate its endurance, but we should also catalyze the change it was created to lead and inspire. Ghana remains committed through strong institutions, inclusive planning, and collaborative action to.
Thank you, Isaac. Appreciate to the chairman of the National Development Planning Commission of Ghana. I now give the floor to His Excellency Anasuzuman Chowdhury, Special Assistant to the Chief Advisor in the Ministry of Finance of Bangladesh.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, at the outset, I would like to express my deep condolences to the bereaved families of the deceased children and sympathies to the injured involved in the recent tragic accident of an Air Force jet in Dhaka. My heartfelt thanks also to the distinguished delegates who expressed their sympathies. Mr. President, we align with the statements of G77 and China and the LDC group. Bangladesh's half-century journey with the UN stands as a true reflection of our steadfast commitment to the UN's 3 founding pillars. Our peacekeepers serve across continents. Despite resource constraints, we have sheltered the persecuted Rohingya people while raising our voices for justice in Gaza and occupied territory of Palestine. We continue our advocacy for solidarity among nations. The theme of today's debate could not be more meaningful for us. The 2024 July-August mass uprising in our country marked a historic reclamation of democracy and human rights, followed by a bold reform agenda to rebuild public trust, restore accountability, and embed justice at the heart of governance. Our people's aspirations have evolved for the better, and so has the nature of our engagement with the UN. Bangladesh is now proactively contributing to global norm setting instead of merely reacting to it. Our third VNR presentation last week reflects this renewed ethos. It sets a higher bar for inclusivity and localization, bringing previously unheard voices into national policy pathways. Mr. President, our political and economic reforms coincide with our efforts to navigate the challenges posed by our LDC graduation. We call for enhanced multilateralism and urge the international community to support our systemic transition through tailored measures and a staggered withdrawal of LDC-specific benefits. We need cooperation in fighting illicit financial flows, recovering stolen assets, and ensuring debt sustainability. The outcome of the recently concluded FFD4 gives us hope, but past experiences also cause worries. We call for genuine political will to translate these ambitions into concrete outcomes. Mr. President, in its 80 years, with many accomplishments as well as unfinished promises, the UN remains a beacon of hope. Our shared progress reaffirms that multilateralism is not only relevant, it is our last resort. Let us harness our collective ambitions for SDGs and resolve to reshape a world of 3 zeros: zero poverty, zero unemployment, and zero net carbon emissions, espoused by our Honorable Chief Advisor, Professor Muhammad Yunus, Nobel Peace Laureate. I thank you all.
I thank Mr. Chowdhury very much for his presentation. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Tatiana Makura, the Minister without Portfolio of Serbia, who shares a responsibility for the coordination of activities in the field of gender equality, prevention of violence against women, and economic and political empowerment of women. Minister, you're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would express my gratitude for this shared opportunity to discuss the topics of gender equality in the age of digitalization and artificial intelligence. Serbia is witnessing concrete progress in both of these areas. In the last decade, our country has made important strides in fostering economic growth and employment and lowering the risk of poverty. Serbia had one of the highest economic growth rates in Europe last year, measuring 3.9% growth. Therefore, it should not surprise us that the participation of women in small businesses in Serbia is over 30% and that we have over 52% of female scientists. Keeping pace with technological development, we are also opening the conversation on gender equality in the digital sphere. No progress is sustainable if it carries old injustice within it. That is why Serbia has initiated the development of ethical guidelines for the design and use of trustworthy artificial intelligence. We cannot allow that digital future to trap women between technological innovation and social tradition. Our experience tells us that sustainable solutions are built through partnerships. We cooperate with the United Nations, civil society, and the private sector. And we call on other countries to join us in advancing gender-responsive innovations, exchanging good practices, and tracking progress. I am pleased to announce that Serbia, through the process of developing digital services and e-government, will open the e-woman platform as a unique one-stop shop for all information of importance to women, healthcare, maternity leave, opportunities for starting a business, violence prevention. In this sense, I believe it is also important to inform you, since the ratification of the Istanbul Convention and the adoption of the law on the prevention of domestic violence, our country has seen a steady decrease in the number of victims. We are now at the historically lowest point in terms of number of victims. And our efforts do not stop here. By the end of this year, we expect amendments to the law on domestic violence and other related legislation, all with the aim of securing a safer and better life for every woman and girl. When you set gender equality as your goal, you inevitably touch on issues of health, education, economic inclusion, access to resources, and political participation. This topic is the foundation of all social progress, and if we succeed in achieving this one goal, we will accelerate progress on all the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And I'll give the floor to His Excellency Fabian Alfianto Rudyard, the Vice Minister of National Development Planning of Indonesia, on behalf of a group, the Alliance of Countries on the Fight Against Tuberculosis. His Excellency, Mr. Rudyard, will be the last speaker before we adjourn for lunch.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I'm delivering this statement on behalf of the Alliance of Countries on the Fight Against Tuberculosis. We commend the President of ECOSOC for his leadership in convening the 2025 High-Level Political Forum. Mr. President, tuberculosis remains one of the greatest challenges. For over a century, it has affected billions of lives, making it the top infectious disease killer globally. In 2023 alone, over 10.8 million individuals developed TB and 1.25 million lost their lives. More than statistics, they represent lives impacted, families burdened, and communities affected. Despite the scale and gravity, global TB response continues to suffer from inadequate and unsustainable financing and insufficient prioritization. The Alliance reaffirmed its commitment to the 2023 Political Declaration on the Fight Against Tuberculosis. It constitutes an important roadmap for action, the most ambitious target to date, aiming to accelerate action by the next UN high-level meeting in 2028. TB must no longer be treated as a disease of the past, but a present threat that requires urgent and coordination action. We therefore call for the highest commitment to scale up action, financing, and cooperation in the fight against TB, including multi-drug resistant TB. We welcome commitment expressed in this year's Ministerial Declaration and strongly call for its implementation, especially in addressing TB and other communicable diseases that continue to threaten development gains. Allow me to deliver a statement in my national capacity. Excellency, distinguished delegate, Indonesia come to this forum with a strong commitment and renewed optimism. As United Nations turn 80, we face a clear task to restore trust in multilateralism. In the face of global challenges, from war and climate crisis to inequality and hunger, we must ensure multilateralism works. That means reform that are bold and focused. The Pact for the Future gives us a helpful direction. But to succeed, our system must be fit for purpose and future ready. Indonesia offers 4 key actions to accelerate sustainable development. First, we need to unlock real change that begins with equity, leaving no one behind. Indonesia is pushing inclusive policies, Today, 98.8% of our people are covered by social health insurance and expanded social protection. We nearly ended extreme poverty. Second, we must scale up game-changing solutions that combine growth with sustainability. Indonesia Blue Economy Strategy protects marine life, supports coastal communities, and grows our economy. We also support digital transformation for MSMEs, especially those led by women, expanding access to digital market and building resilience. Third, strong partnerships are essential. We need all hands on deck, government, businesses, civil society, sharing ideas, resources, and solutions. Indonesia promotes blended finance for SDGs and expands South-South and triangular cooperation to encourage mutual learning among developing countries. Our fourth voluntary national review reflects this spirit, learning from others and sharing our experience. Finally, we must act urgently and together. With just 5 years left to 2030, we cannot afford delay. We need global solidarity that restores trust, strengthens cooperation, and puts sustainability at the core of all we do. Indonesia is ready to act, to partner, and to lead, because the future we dream of depends on what we do starting today. Let me close with a humble verse. Across blue seas, sails glide with grace. Together we move one shared space. The SDGs are more than just a goal. They are the heart, the guide, and the soul. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished delegate. I think he left us on a very good note with which to conclude today's session, that the SDGs are not just a goal, they are also our heart and soul. So I think we can all agree with that. And thank him very much for that comment. Colleagues, we've just heard the last speaker for this meeting. The general debate will continue at 3 p.m., but not here. It will be in the Trusteeship Council chamber in parallel with the voluntary national reviews, which are taking place in conference room number 4. Please refer to the live list of speakers for the latest list. And with that, I thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Okay.